Welcome back everyone, and good morning, and thank you for attending today's Ordinary Council meeting. I declare the Ordinary meeting of the 17th of June 2026 open at 11:26 a.m. Advise members of the public in the room that this meeting is being live streamed and recorded in accordance with Council standing orders. Councillors and staff are reminded of their responsibilities under their respective codes of conduct, both inside the Council meeting and when dealing externally on behalf of Council. On behalf of Whitsunday Regional Council, I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land which we meet here today and pay my respects to elders past and present. Welcome fellow councillors, WRC staff, members of the public and media. So something exciting to kick off today's meeting, and that is the launch is the right word, Greg, for our homegrown Olympics campaign. This campaign is part of our push around the Olympics and Paralympic sailing leading into the Whitsundays in 2032. We know we've got the natural assets, the world-class sailing conditions and the proven events experience. But this campaign is about showing something just as important, the people. We're joined by a couple of wonderful young men and their mother here today. Great for you to be able to join us. These young athletes are chasing big dreams. The families that drive thousands of kilometres in training and competition each week, each month, the coaches, volunteers and the communities that back them every step of the way. And I think it's important to know that we're with you as well. Because when governments are considering where to invest and where to leave a lasting Olympic and Paralympic legacy, it's stories like these that shows what the Whitsundays is truly capable of. As part of that campaign, I'm delighted to welcome Reid and Rory Martin. Welcome, guys. Along with their mother Faraday here to today's meeting. Like many young athletes across our region, Reid and Rory spend countless hours training, travelling and competing in pursuit of their goals. Their story reflects the passion, commitment and resilience that exists in communities right across the Whitsundays. We're also encouraged that both the Queensland and Australian governments have recognised the Whitsundays as being in the mix for the Olympic and Paralympic sailing in 2032. I've heard it from the Premier's mouth, it's happening here. Our job now is to keep showing why this region really is the perfect pick. Because every young athlete in the Whitsunday should have their opportunity to dream big, whether that's representing their club, their state, their country, or standing on an Olympic or Paralympic podium one day. So we're going to watch a video that's the first, today is the first in that series, where we'll get to meet a number of our young athletes chasing those dreams. Before finishing the series with one of our region's greatest sporting success stories, David Nicholas OAM, a three-time Paralympian and Paralympic gold medalist who proves that dreams can really become a reality. Because this campaign isn't just about sport, it's about demonstrating the opportunities that exist in regional communities like ours, the importance of investing in local infrastructure and the legacy that Olympic and Paralympic sailing could leave for our future generations. Great athletes simply don't appear. They're supported by their families, they're backed by our community, and they're grown right here in the Whitsundays. So thank you, Reid and Rory, for being part of this campaign and representing our region so proudly and wonderfully. So now let's see how this Olympic journey begins. Fire up.
Olympians don't start in 2032. They start here and now. Hi, I'm Reid Martin, I'm 12 years old, and I've been representing Australia for the past 3 years. Sailing runs deep in my family. Starting with my great-grandfather, 4 generations of my family have sailed these waters around Bowen for over 80 years. My mum has spent most of her life on the water too, sailing professionally around the world, even competing in the Sydney to Hobart. So for me, it's more than just a sport. It's part of who I am. And here in the Whitsundays, it's more than just a sport too. It's a way of life. It's a part of our community. It's who we are. We're already going to athletes, now let's go to facilities. The Whitsundays is the home of Olympic sailing. This is where my Olympic dream starts.
Well done, boys. You've done yourself proud, and I wish you every success in chasing your dreams over the coming years. And you're already doing us proud, so I'm sure you'll continue to do so. So, thank you on behalf of council for coming in today. I think it's a great way to start our campaign, and I'm sure you'll get a few comments at school as well. So, we got a photo, Greg? Yep.
He doesn't bite. He looks fearful, but he doesn't bite.
Oh, he does.
Thank you.
Well done. Congratulations, both. Good luck. If I ever get some free time, you might be able to teach me how to sail, eh?
One of those little boats?
Yeah, I'll be happy to go on with a little boat. So.
Okay.
Thank you, Mum.
You'll have to come to the club.
Well, I was just there, but yes, we'll come back.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, so before we move on to today's agenda, I'd also like to acknowledge Julie Wright, who is attending her final ordinary council meeting with us today before commencing retirement. Julie concludes a local government career spanning more than 30 years, including 16 years with Whitsunday Regional Council. Over that time, Julie has witnessed and been part of the significant change across our organisation and our region. Through different councils, structures, priorities, cyclones, she has remained a familiar and long-standing presence within council. Many staff, particularly in the Bowen office, will know Julie not only as a colleague, but as someone who has provided support, guidance, and encouragement throughout their careers. Maybe a shoulder to cry on at different times as well. That connection to people has always been a defining part of her contribution to this organisation, which she should be very proud of. Julie has also maintained strong relationships across many community organisations and networks over the years, helping foster important links and human fabric between council and the communities that we serve. A career of more than 3 decades in local government is a significant achievement and reflects a deep commitment to public service and to regional communities. On behalf of Whitsunday Regional Council, I thank you, Julie, for your contribution to our region and wish you all the very best in a healthy, happy and well-earned retirement and more time to spend with family and enjoy the opportunities that lie ahead. Thank you, Julie, and all the best for the next chapter. Certainly, Councillor Collins.
I'd like to add, I was on the interview panel for Julie, and when she got the position. Also, we never had the opportunity to thank Neil McGaffin either, unfortunately, but I was on the interview panel for both of them, but I'm going to say both Neil and in particular Julie were the go-to directors. Honestly, if I wanted something done, I knew damn well that Julie would do it. If Julie wasn't available, Neil would do it. The thing is, I remember ringing Julie one Christmas morning because there was an overflowing bloody bin somewhere, one of the satellite stations. So she's had to organise staff on Christmas morning to go out there and clean the surrounds up around the bin. And Julie, I'm really going to miss you, and I'm sure the staff will as well. So yeah, thank you very much for all the years. It's been wonderful.
Councillor Clifford.
Thank you. I'll probably cry. I've known Julie since the first day she walked in the door, and I have so enjoyed working with her. She's been my go-to person for everything, whether it's a shoulder to cry on or laugh with or have a drink with. I will truly miss you, Julie, and I'm truly sorry you're leaving us.
Thank you, Julie. All right, we'll move to first item of our today's agenda, which is our apologies, leaves of absence, which there are none for this meeting. Second is condolences. Are there any councillors who wish to acknowledge any recently deceased members of the community? Councillor Clifford.
Thank you, Nick. Back on the 1st of June this year, Clive William Lloyd passed away, better known as Polly to most people down at the beach. He drove taxis, and a number of times he drove me home when I didn't actually even remember where I was living. But he knew everybody, and he was a submariner in the British Navy and then relocated out here where he was an active member with the RSL and other organisations, and he'll be sadly missed.
Councillor Clifford. Anyone else? On behalf of Whitsunday Regional Council, we would like to acknowledge and pay our respects to the recently departed of the Whitsundays region and offer our sincere condolences to their families and loved ones. Would you all please join me in standing for a minute's silence? Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Moving to item number 3 on our agenda, the confirmation of minutes. 3.1 is the confirmation of minutes from the 27th of May 2026 Ordinary Council meeting. I have moved Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Bowman. Anyone like to speak to those minutes? The motion that Council confirms the minutes of the Ordinary Council meeting held on the 27th of May 2026. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 3.2, which is the confirmation of minutes, the special budget meetings, the 20th of May, the 27th of May and the 3rd of June 2026. I have a mover in Councillor Bowman, second Councillor Simpson. Is there any discussion regarding those minutes? The motion that Council confirms the minutes of the special meetings budget held on the 20th of May, the 27th of May and the 3rd of June 2026 is attached. I'll put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. On number 4, business arising. Would any council like to raise any business arising from the prior minutes? Do we have a question there, Mr. CEO, from that was addressed in the prior meeting? No. Probably one I'll just fire at you, Mr. CEO. There was quite a bit of discussion at the prior meeting around the operational plan wording segment under the financials. So I just wanted to seek confirmation that the requested wording made its way and was incorporated into the final plan. Yep, very good, thank you. Okay, item number 5, we have a mayoral minute. Councillors, I'm bringing forward a mayoral minute today in response to some proposed changes you may have heard about with regards to disaster recovery funding arrangements. I'll be clear, this isn't a party political politic of any sort motion. It's a practical local government motion about protecting disaster affected communities, protecting ratepayers and ensuring regional Queensland is not left worse off. The Whitsundays understands disaster recovery, whether it's Tropical Cyclone Koji earlier this year, monsoonal flooding events of recent years, or the long shadow of Cyclone Debbie. Recovery is not immediate and it's not cheap. The federal government's proposed some reforms, some of which I do support, that make disaster recovery funding faster, simpler and less bureaucratic. Councils have been asking for less red tape around these types of things for years. But streamlining should not mean cost shifting. It should not mean reducing the level of funding available to communities that are repeatedly impacted by natural disasters. The concern being raised across Queensland local governments is that moving from a model where the Commonwealth may contribute up to 75% of eligible recovery costs to a flat 50-50 model could shift a much greater burden onto states, potentially onto councils and ultimately onto ratepayers. In my view, that would represent one of the most significant cost shifts onto state and local government that we've seen in recent times. More importantly, I think it risks becoming an obligation of the Commonwealth's responsibility to the communities which it raises taxes and revenue. The Commonwealth collects around 80% of national taxation revenue, while local government only collects a very small share, around 3%. Yet when disaster damages local roads, drainage, water infrastructure, community assets and transport links, it is local government that is often left dealing directly with the damage, and the community expectation is that those assets will be restored. We should be honest about what this means. If funding is reduced and councils are expected to somehow fill that gap or argue it out with the state, there will be communities where public infrastructure is delayed, scaled back, or potentially not rebuilt to the required standard. That is not a sustainable outcome for Queensland communities, and that's why this matters for regions like ours. The Whitsundays is a highly productive regional economy. When disaster strikes, recovery funding is not charity. It is an investment in restoring the productive capacity of a region that contributes significantly to Queensland and Australia. We should be very clear, the Whitsunday region supports reform, efficiency and accountability, but we do not support any change that leaves Queensland communities with less support when disaster strikes. So the motion, I think I've sent this through, hopefully you've got it there, seeks to make formal submission, support action consistent with the LGAQ sector position and authorise advocacy to ensure Queensland communities are not worse off under any revised disaster recovery funding arrangements. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Finlay, thank you. I'll just read the motion there first. So request that the CEO, in consultation with the Mayor, to prepare and lodge a formal submission to the Federal Government's NEMA agency regarding the proposed disaster recovery arrangement reform, supporting improvements that streamline administration, reduce red tape and improve recovery outcomes, while opposing any changes that reduce funding certainty, reduce access to betterment or resilience funding, or leave Queensland communities, councils, communities or ratepayers worse off. Support advocacy and community awareness action consistent with Local Government Association of Queensland sector position that Queensland communities should not receive less disaster recovery support under any revised funding arrangements, and authorise the Mayor to advocate on Council's behalf with relevant federal members for the Whitsunday region, Queensland senators, relevant ministers and the Queensland Government, the Local Government Association of Queensland and regional stakeholders to seek retention of the current disaster recovery funding arrangements or an equivalent outcome that ensures the Whitsunday community is not worse off. Would anyone like to ask questions or speak to Councillor Collins?
I'd just like to commend you on that, Roy. Thank you very much. It's good. Look, me being me, it's bordering on discrimination against them. You know, we're living in the cyclone belt. We're already being screwed over by the insurance companies, and this is just going to make it dreadful. And you know, like you say, it's going to come back onto the ratepayers eventually if we can't get this stuff sorted. So it really needs to go back to where it was, and still have the new red tape in place to stop all the bullshit that goes with it. So.
That's perfect.
Mr Mayor, is this something that we should be taking to the LGAQ conference on behalf of all Queensland councils that will be impacted by this? Just a thought.
Yes, and I think we have included this in the LGAQ's motion. Obviously, LGAQ have already come out on the foot with this, but I think my purpose of bringing it today is I think it's a significant issue for our community, and I really wanted to give it the significance through a council community, through a council meeting to let our community know that this was something that we were very resolute about, and something that we didn't want to wait till October to discuss. We wanted to take forward some action now. I'll be in Canberra next week. I'll be meeting with both our local members for Dawson Capricornia, as well as the Queensland senators for the Labor Party, and the Deputy Prime Minister's office. So I think, it's an opportunity, I think, to advance this now, and I think, we need to be fairly strong in our approach to rejecting the proposal, and I think this helps address that.
That's one.
Thank you for putting this forward, Mr. Mayor. I do agree. Obviously, it is not just our area. I think the LGAQ stats have 71 local governments in Queensland, emergency affected this year. So it is a big cost. The 50-50 is still very open. Which leaves councils, at some risk, because the state government is also trying to, cover an amount of those costs already. Plus, we know the shifts in betterment aren't really doing enough to stop us have to keep repairing infrastructure after every event that we have. I'm also understanding, because we voted to increase a whole lot of not-for-profits' utility bills by reducing their discount, us cost shifting back onto those important groups because we didn't want to put our taxes up. So
is that a related issue to this, Councillor?
It is, because I worry this is cost shifting, and that's my concern here, but we know there's a significant amount of tax revenue, especially that comes from our region, to both levels of government, and that's what I think we should be fighting for, to see that return coming back in here, not only to help us to recover from events, but also to allow us to improve our infrastructure so that we can actually, be prepared for what's coming up.
Yeah, Councillor Simpson.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, totally support this. I think it's important, especially to come from the regions. Like, it's I'm not sure if we're heard in Canberra, like this southeast corner, But I strongly agree the LGAQ needs to stand up on this, and 77 voices throughout the state go down to Canberra with it and let them know how we feel. So obviously, thank you.
I think I'll just add the local government minister Queensland did put out a letter to, I think all councillors would have received it last week. I think with this, what I'm just cognizant of, that we don't turn this into a political football. So I think this is an action by us that we will write to the federal government on our own behalf. I haven't sought to support specifically the Queensland government's request and position. At this stage, I've sought advice from local government association around their preferred position, and I think being our industry body, that's the approach we should take. I would hope that the federal government will receive 71 letters from councils across Queensland, and that in itself should be enough of a statement to what these changes could potentially be, so without it becoming a political issue. Anyone else like to speak to the item? Okay, I won't read the motion again because I have read it, but I will ask that we put this to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, item number 6, which is notice of motion, which we have no notice of motion for this meeting. Item number 7, deputations. We have no deputations for this meeting. Number 8, petitions, questions on notice. Does any Councillor Collins have a petition or something you'd like to put on the table?
Mayor, there was a petition given to me last Thursday, and it was I've handed it to the planning department. It is against proposed development at Brandy Creek, and I'd just like to note it on the minutes that that's been handed in previously to the planning department. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. Item number 9, questions from the public gallery. So we do have a question from the public gallery. Mr. Bill Lade, Mr. CEO, would you like to talk this, or are you happy for Bill to come up and read his question? Bill, please come forward, mate. Welcome to the meeting. You can just come to the end of the table here, and happy for you to read your question that you provide.
Thanks for the opportunity. I did put some papers into the council before, and I hope everyone got some. What I want to ask is the Gunyara Road. We live up the Gunyara Road, have lived there since 1950. There's 2 sections of road which is still dirt and not bitumen, and I'd like to know when it's possible that we might be able to get some bitumen on those, because my house is on the western side of the road, and we live, we eat and we sleep with dust off the council road, and it's becoming a health hazard. So I don't know when it can be done, or it was supposed to be done about 10 or 12 years ago, but the money went down Dingo Beach, I think, to...
It all goes there.
Huh?
It all goes to Division 5.
Yeah, it went down that way anyway, and we never got it. So,
Sorry, Bill, the running joke is that the Division 5 is where streets are paved with gold. So
Yes.
anyway, we'd like to see if we could a bit more. There's 2 sections that they really want something done to them. That's the road. The next one I've got is the Early Beach Lagoon. Did the council apply for a grant for the extension of the Early Beach Lagoon? And if it is granted or whatever, who does the maintenance on it? Who has to do the maintenance on that sort of thing? And the other one is the sports park between Airlie Beach and here. Do we need another sports park with what the facilities we got here in Proserpine? And there's some down at Airlie Beach. I don't know what Collins or Bowen have got, but even if the whole park was built with the grant, someone has to maintain it after it's all built. And who maintains it? Who's going to maintain it? And the other one I've got is about road maintenance. It's something I've just noticed about roads when I've travelled around and this sort of thing. Everyone would have a copy of it so they'd be able to read what could be done or should be done on some of the, and it's not only council roads, it's main roads, it's everywhere. It's all over Australia. Anyway, that's all I've got.
Thank you, Bill.
Anyway,
George,
thanks
to
very much for your
respond?
time.
Thank you, Bill.
Thanks for those questions. We've got the written components in relation to them. We'll actually prepare a formal written response to pass that to you, and that will be included in the next minutes
Okay,
next month.
good on you. Hey, thanks very much for everyone.
Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
It was probably buried in the detail, Bill, but I will note that in the budget that we just adopted, there is a program that we've brought forward this year relating to conversion of unsealed roads to sealed roads. So there hasn't been any prioritisation work done around that. Okay, well, Gunyara is number one. There you go. You heard it from the infrastructure director.
Yeah,
It's. I know there's been some challenges out there with disaster-affected roads, and the way disaster funding works is you can only fix what's been broken, so to speak. You know, the motion we just had before, which was around disaster funding, you know, it's quite complex around how we get things improved and whatnot. But yeah, as I said, this year we've incorporated that into our budget, and yeah, hopefully we can look at that program in coming years as well.
I suppose you'd have to get a grant to do this sort of thing, because there's a fair bit of work to be done there. So, and I don't know how council ratepayers' money should be spent or whatever, but the road we want to get rid of the dust.
Yeah.
That's all.
Thanks for coming in, Bill. Yep.
Just probably Bill and maybe the CEO. Just regarding the extension of the lagoon, we're not actually extending the lagoon, are we? No plans for that?
Only in the what's in the master plan.
Yeah, but we're not actually.
Yeah.
So, Bill, were you relating to the actual swimming part?
Well, I heard somewhere that the council had applied for now this is what I heard, a grant to extend the lagoon, the lagoon down at Airlie Beach. And I thought, well, why extend it? It's tourists mainly use. I don't know how many.
Lots of locals do, darling. True.
I don't know how many locals swim there, but it's all for tourists.
No,
We don't have a pool.
we don't have a
We don't have a pool.
We're not.
That's where you go to do your loans.
Yeah. So I think they'll come back with some clarity for you, Bill. But
Yeah, okay.
Generally, safe to say nobody here kind of knows what you're talking
Yeah, well,
about. So.
You hear these things and you never know. And I thought, well, why not ask the council, see if they know anything about it?
Very good. All right, thank you for coming in,
Okay,
Enjoy the
good.
rest of your day.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
See ya.
Okay, we'll move to item number 10, which is our committee reports, which there are none for this meeting, and move into item number 11, which is the first of our officers' report. So report item 11.1 is the first of our development reports. A negotiated decision notice, development application for reconfiguration of a lot 1 into 4 and access easements at 54 Buttermans Road, Riordanvale. I have a move in Councillor Simpson, second in Councillor Wright. Matthew, thanks for coming to the meeting. Do you want to talk through this one for us?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, councillors. We'll just get the short PowerPoint up on the screen. What we have here is an application that's previously come before council, and what we have is a request to change some conditions in it. So it is at Buttermans Road in Riordanvale. The land, familiar to council laws, is in the rural residential zone. What we had was a proposal to subdivide that land, and council subsequently imposed conditions at a council meeting. So it was the February OM that the report was taken to council. From that, there was a recommendation from officers for a 5.5 metre wide sealed driveway. Council subsequently resolved to make some changes to that recommendation, and subsequently it was not a completely 5.5 metre wide driveway that is conditioned. So we have a request from the proponents. What they want to do now is to construct over 2 stages, and what they also are looking to do is there's an inconsistency in the conditions of approval. They've subsequently applied to remove the inconsistency of a condition that is in there, still for a complete 5.5 metre wide driveway. Along with the staging request, they're also looking to come in with a cosmetic clean-up to the approval to get that condition taken out. Summary, the request is still consistent with the decision the Council made, and our recommendation to Council is that the request can be supported. Happy to take any questions, Mr Mayor.
Any questions?
Probably just a quick one.
Councillor?
Me, I know the condition was there, it's got the front entrance as well as the last transition, so
Yeah.
this still allows the crossover to still be suitable and get them back to their 3 metre wide. Thanks. And for me, I think I tried to get a good outcome for this, but again, I'm not supportive, so I think we do want to do that. I'm a bit lost here because I do support the staging, where if they can unlock a lot, then
You didn't
I
support
know
the
most
original
of that's there.
recommendation, is that right?
Sorry?
You didn't support the original recommendation?
No, but I do understand what they're doing here, but I still believe for 4 lots of land, that's a lot of cars reversing and passing. Yes.
Anyone else questions would like to speak for or against? Yeah, I think from my point of view, this appears to be fairly practical, clarification, staging and access conditions, rather than a reduction in standard. The motion that Council approves a negotiated decision notice request for development permit for reconfiguration of lot 1 into 4, staged, and access easements of 54 Buttermans Road, Riordanvale. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried 5-2. Okay, we'll move on to item 11.2, which is development application for reconfiguration of a lot, one lot into 2 lots at 10, the Beacons, Airlie Beach. I move Councillor Collins, second Councillor Simpson. Who would like to speak to this one?
Mr Mayor. What we have is a small proposal for a 1 into 2 subdivision down at the Beacons in Airlie Beach. We can see here the proposal plan is for 2 lots to be subdivided. We have proposed lot 2 at 416 square metres and proposed lot 3 at 400 square metres. The intention is to subdivide the land to support 2 dwelling houses, and we can see the image on the screen there for the render of what is proposed to be constructed on the land. In consideration of this proposal, we've had a look at this adjoining development, which has already been approved, which underwent a different approval strategy, but is essentially going to end in an end result of 2 separate lots of separate, although in this case attached housing. And we can see there we have proposed lot 3 and proposed lot 4 of lot sizes that are similar in nature, although a little bit higher than the current proposal. And we can see the artist's impression of what is being currently constructed on that site at the moment. So having a look at the key matters for this application, it is a site that was previously in the community facility zone. There was previous intentions to use that land associated with the sailing club. Subsequent changes with what the sailing club was doing no longer had a requirement for that land, and it was subsequently rezoned and changed in the planning scheme to be a mixed-use block of land. In the mixed-use zone, minimum lot size is at 800 square metres, so the proposal before council is significantly lower than the minimum lot size in the zone. But when we're having regard to the adjoining development that is already under construction in the area, we do find that there is a consistency of this proposal with the immediate adjoining development. So our recommendation to council is that the intended development of the land for the 2 houses, as was demonstrated, is not out of character with the dual occupancies that are currently being constructed next door, and therefore, although we are significantly below the minimum lot size, we do find there significant factors that weigh in favour of supporting this proposal. So our recommendation to council is that there's not a significant conflict with the planning scheme such that justifies refusal of the proposal. and there is an important distinction to make that this is not within the Airlie Beach local plan area, which does seek to exclude dual locks in houses from being constructed. It is outside of that area, and that's an important distinction to make in the assessment of this proposal, and therefore weighing all those factors, we do have a recommendation of approval. Happy to take any questions.
It's good.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Does this set some kind of a precedent where every little lock is going to get chopped in two?
Thank you for
That's
the
always
question.
my concern.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So, look, as far as precedence goes, planning application are assessed on the matters before them. So, although precedence is something that can be brought forward, they're always weighed and balanced on the circumstances relevant to this proposal, as has happened in this case. Having a look at the adjoining development and making those clear distinctions between the local plan boundaries of what is in and what is out is also an important distinction. To say that this is justification for low density residential suburbia in Cannon Vale and Jubilee Pocket, to use this as an example to justify going down to 400 square metres, I would say it does not set that precedence.
Councillor
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that in a way this is really a staging thing, isn't it? That it's kind of a duplex, but on
The other way around.
individual
Yep.
blocks of land. One issue with that is that there do become setbacks and not shared walls. But, I understand their process and reasons for doing this. I also appreciate you pointing out the distinction and the difference of the rest of the mixed use area, because I've seen these arguments put that housing is part of the area, but we've ended up with a significant waterfront block that's now proposed just to be 4 dwellings. Not broader economic benefit, not high or medium density even at this size. We are just getting, and this is unknown to have single dwelling houses marina front. Most people can't believe it exists, and we're just letting, we've got a couple of patches left. But for me, that is the thing, that we're not setting a precedent where we see further subdivisions like this. In some way, I would have rather seen 200, 250 townhouses down the entire lot and got some more density there, or some activation that takes full advantage of the place there, rather than just a residential use in such a cool thing. For me, I will support this one because I see it really is a duplex just going through a staged development.
Well, Matt, my concerns are similar, and it's really, I think the staged approach, I think, it's really, ensuring that the broader precedent isn't set with regard to that mixed use zone. I think, we need to be pretty clear that that broader site there is to be preserved for something different to this, and I think probably, I support this because it is essentially an infill on what's already occurred. I sort of wondered if they'd come back the other way, whether we would be, pushing for a different outcome. But I think just to make it clear that I think that's about it. I think with regards to where the existing one comes to, we need to hold our line there with the broader development. I'm aware that the owner of that site is looking to replicate this all along the front there, but if that's the case and that comes to this table, I'd be voting against that. So, any further questions, or anyone want to speak to the item? The motion that council approves the development application for development permit for reconfiguration of a lot 1 into 2 made by V8 Developments at the 10 Beacons, Airlie Beach, subject to conditions as attached. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, moving to item 11.3, development permit for reconfiguration of a lot 1 into 2 at 110 Chute Harbour Road, Mount Marlow. The mover. Move Councillor Finlay, second Councillor Bowman. Matt, do you want to talk to this one, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what we have before us, council, is a 1 into 2 rural subdivision in Mount Marlow. seems to have stopped. We'll just go through and show you the proposal plan very quickly. So what we have here is rural zoning, various overlays that impact the property, and with a direct frontage to Chute Harbour Road is an important factor for this application as well. So the proposal plan that's been submitted to council seeks to create proposed lots 6 and 7. Proposed lot 7 will utilise an existing shared access driveway with 2 existing lots for its access to Chute Harbour Road, and proposed lot 6 already has its own existing access to Chute Harbour Road. So importantly, with this application, there is not new accesses that will be put into Chute Harbour Road. It will just be additional users of those existing accesses. It was referred to the department and they came back with no objection to the proposal. Proposed lot 6 will accommodate an existing dwelling and the existing ancillary structures that are on that lot. Proposed lot 7 will be the vacant lot. Consistent with council officers' recommendations for all subdivisions, we find there to be the conflicts with the planning scheme and the wider regional plan. We always have a look to see if there's a planning need or wider community benefit from these proposals that might weigh in favour of them. We haven't found anything of significance for this one. It does significantly conflict with the planning scheme because it's continuing to extend that rural residential footprint further and further out. And something we also look to is it a missing tooth proposal where it's in between 2 rural residential lots or something like that? In this case, it's not, and it's continuing to push that footprint. So consistent with previous recommendations with these, our recommendation is for refusal, subject to the reasons that are in the report. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Chair. I probably don't agree with the. I would like to approve this one. I think it is just infill. So, and if there's already existing access off that road anyway, it just sort of makes sense. So, I would like to move to approve this, but I guess it depends if the mover and seconder support that or not.
I think because we've moved the motion, we've got to put it to a vote. So. Councillor Bunn?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand somebody questioning this because there is a hole there between some houses. There's still contested land with active cane straight across the road. It's an existing driveway, but the rural res is off Rifle Range Road and Marlow Rise and stuff there, and then it's already crept that bit. And like, you couldn't ask these people to put in right-hand turn lanes on Chute Harbour Road, but I mean, someone whacked on their indicator and right in front of me on my way here this morning, and I couldn't fit between because they stayed in the middle of the lane to turn right. I couldn't even fit on the shoulder past them, and it was a whole bunch of cars at 100 kilometres an hour all coming down just for one car to turn into a driveway. So there is the contested land here, you know, reduced by the development that's already gone around, but that intensification onto Chute Harbour Road is my concern. I would also say then in our next mapping, this falls under rural res, and then we end up with further ad hoc 4,000 square metre lots there, depending on our rural residential strategy. So I see a real ad hoc development thing there. If this was accessed by Rifle Range Road, something that's already a very dangerous intersection as it is, but I would perhaps look at this differently. But for me, the Chute Harbour Road and the contested land doesn't make it work.
Thank you to the manager of plan. Did you do a alternate resolution? Did I see something to approve it? Sorry, I've just had a lot of reading this week.
Yes, so following the agenda review, there was a request that did come through. Subsequently, that has been prepared. It's a matter for the table now, what to do with it.
I'll be supporting the refusal, more or less purely on the grounds of we don't need to put any more pressure onto this road. This is a dangerous driveway as it is now. I've recently nearly been involved in a head-to-tail incident on this road for someone going up this very driveway. There's no slip lane, there's no opportunity. Once upon a time, this was a rural section of road where you could do what you want, but that's not the case anymore, and it won't be the case in the future. So, I think my view on any development that's looking to directly cross over onto Shute Harbour Road, needs to be seriously looked at in the future. So, that's my reason for supporting the recommendation. Councillor Simpson.
I tend to agree with you, Mr. Mayor. The rural land doesn't really do much for me. It's not suitable for any sort of agriculture really through there, but because it's a 100km/h stretch of Shute Harbour Road, I'd probably look at it differently if it was 80 or something like that, but it is a dangerous, fast-moving road, our busiest road, and that'll be the reason that I don't I'll be supporting the officer's recommendation.
Any further questions or comment? Okay, the motion that council refuse the development application for reconfiguration of lot 1 into 2 made by Jackal Developments at 1010 Shute Harbour Road, Mount Marlow, for the reasons listed in the report. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried 4-3. Okay, moving to item 11.4. Thank you, Matt. Which is the Local Government Association of Queensland 2026 Motions and Annual Conference. I'll move this. Councillor Finlay will second. Paddy, you want to talk to this one for us, please?
Thank you, Mayor. This report presents 5 motions for submission to the LGAQ conference to be held on the 19th to 21st of October this year, focusing on the strengthening support for local government. In summary, they seek improved state accountability for legislative impacts, fairer infrastructure funding settings, a consistent digital development system, long-term funding for water and wastewater assets, and better disaster recovery funding from the federal government, as you stated in your minute. Rather than read the motions, I can read the motions, but if I can take them as read.
Yep.
Yes, thank you.
Any questions or anyone like to talk to any of those motions specifically?
Probably just the number 5 is the speaking that you're.
Yeah, I think the difference there is probably mine was very much our action. This is sort of to LGAQ, so yes, yeah, absolutely. Look, I'm quite happy with these. I think probably commending to pulling the thoughts together quite quickly. I understand there were some time pressures around this, and we're all sort of been in budget, so it's sort of quite tricky from a timing perspective to why that. Obviously, very supportive of the motion around the DRFA, but I think the other ones are quite pragmatic, and I think probably the thing that I'll highlight there is that they all probably talk to a number of local governments across Queensland. They're not just us issues, so I think they're ones that potentially could benefit the broader segment. Would anyone else like to, Councillor Finlay?
Yeah. Support board, probably just a little bit on item number 4 there about the funding for water infrastructure. Back in the day, we used to have the old loss programs where they used to build 40%, or it was up to 40%, whatever it is. So probably to Director Paddy, at the moment there is no funding programs at all, is there, for water and sewage like infrastructure, except for RAF.
So nothing for renewal
Nothing
as far as I'm aware.
is there?
Don't understand.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. There is 3, Mr. Mayor. You've got works for Queensland, but for a utility undertaking which you can generate the necessary resources to fund the program, applying grant funds that be applied against core activities, for me doesn't make a lot of sense, and that'll be a conversation for the future of the council with prioritisation. But technically, you can apply works for Queensland, but there's nothing else, and that's a great missing link with the infrastructure backlog. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone else? Okay, the motion that council submits the following motions to the Local Government Association of Queensland Annual Conference 2026 for consideration. I won't read through each one of them, but they are listed 1 to 5 in the report. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, moving to item 11.5, donations, sponsorships and grants approved May 2026. Move Councillor Collins, second Councillor Clifford. Director Julie, would you like to speak to the report, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, I'll take the report as read. It's just for the noting of the May donations, sponsorship and grant applications that have been supported in all reviews. So we had 9 junior elite athlete grants totalling $2,250. We had 1 donation only for the month that totaled $2,000. In-kind donations, 3 approved totalling $3,125. 4 sponsorships, it's that time of the year, for $12,000, and 2 donations on council fees totaling $940, and there was 3 sport and rec club grants, $4,500, and there was one refusal for donation, and it was in the vicinity of, bear with me, councillors, 7,000. No, it was declined, and the reason it was declined because the group had already received a special projects grant for the sum of $7,489.
Want to ask any questions or comment?
I'll jump in on that one. Just I understand we've gone to a new one, which is 2 grants this year, but maybe, and I understand Director Julie's bound by the policies we vote around the table, but with mulch for land care going forward, is there a possibility that if we're not up for extra costs and things, that this sort of resource will be made available by council for revegetation and stuff? Just to, is there something you can speak to?
So, yeah, Mr Mayor, right?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So Councillor Bowman, generally what happens is that we just ask, when we get the applications, a couple of times throughout the year, or at least once throughout the year, there's mulch is free, at some stage. We just ask the groups to just wait until such time. Gary might have a little bit more awareness when it's happening.
Mr Mayor, and the team actually does have a list of community groups to call, and first on that list is the groups in Cannon Vale. So when we have an excess of mulch that we need to remove from the Cannon Vale transfer station because we need to make space for additional green waste, they'll get a phone call.
Any further, councillors?
Just to support council play there, because sometimes the likes of land care might apply for a grant to reforest a river system or whatever parkland, and there are time frames that associated with those grants, and they may not be able to wait until December, January, February, or whenever the next free mulch might be. That's all. It's just some of those things, because they do stuff on council land, state land, and stuff, and it's hard for a volunteer group. Just my thoughts.
Simpson, any further, councillors? Okay, the motion that council note the financial support for junior elite athlete applications, donations, in-kind donations, sponsorships, donations on council fees and sport and recreation club grants for the month of May 2026, as detailed in the report. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 11.6, the Local Resilience Action Plan. I'll move this one. Second, Councillor Clifford. Director Murphy, don't need to stand. Would you like to speak to this report?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Appreciate your consideration of the leg issue. Councillors, we have an existing LRAP. It was prepared some years ago. We've got advice from state in relation to future resilience funding, as articulated in the report. Responsible officers have had a look at their programs and updated the LRAP. It requires endorsement by council prior to the end of June of 26, so it can be submitted to the state. It can be updated at any time. We're still working with state agencies in relation to the template LRAP that they've provided to us. There's some aspects of that which I think Whitsunday Regional Council should be able to actually prioritise its program as it sees fit. At this stage, we haven't had an opportunity to workshop the LRAP with council with the budget and other priorities, so What I'd ask council is to, if we can progress the LRAP for now, recognising that the second part of the resolution allows us to adjust as required. Again, it's a living document, so we've still got to do a bit of work with extracting all the pieces of the resilience puzzle across the network. We've still got stormwater management investigations taking place. We continually get suggestions. We've had proposals from the Whitsunday River Trust, for example, which can be taken on board and placed in our LRAP in future. So I recommend the adoption of or the endorsement, sorry, of the current report, and we'll come back to council in due course and continue to workshop it so there's great visibility of what your priorities are. And the other place is council gets the opportunity, because if there's a grant program that's available, obviously we have a conversation with the grants team around what is our priority for that grant. So there's an opportunity for council to be involved in that prioritisation exercise should grants become available, regardless of what the priorities are in the LRAP. We continue to have a conversation with council moving forward as grants become available. And the other thing is that the first template we got had an indication that the maximum number you could place in the LRAP was the order of $500,000. We've since clarified that very late in the piece. There's still a bit of work to do with some of the bigger programs, particularly Mills Gully, particularly in Cannon Vale, Jubilee Pocket, with the major stormwater projects which are identified in their stormwater management strategy. We're still going to need to do a little bit of work just to nail what the scope of that work is from the stormwater strategy and get the numbers right, so we're actually bidding for the right scale and right order of magnitude of project going forward. So there's still work to be done. This is just an interim step to get us a more current LRAP prior to the end of June for ongoing conversation with state government. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'll speak to this and support the approach, and I think on the back we did receive a request from the Minister that we needed to get this up to date, otherwise we were going to get cut off from funding opportunities, is probably a nice way to put it. Look, I actually see this could be a really important document. We've spoken a bit about disaster today, which I won't sort of go back on again, but I think we really need to be clear about what our priorities are with regards to resilience and betterment, particularly if those funding opportunities do eventuate. And I think we've got a number of programs here which are really good, but I think, as you said, capturing an area like stormwater, which we know we don't have a clear funding source for, the major capital investment that we need for stormwater. This to me presents a fairly obvious opportunity, and obviously there's opportunities at a state level, but you've got disaster ready fund at a federal level. I think the more work we do to really be able to demonstrate that we've got a plan, these are our priorities for disaster resilience is going to be really important going forward. So so I think I think the motion basically says change as required, which I'm fine with at the moment, but my expectation is that this will come back to council, become a living document, and something that we probably look at every 12 months to say these are our top priorities for resilience in the region. So,
just on that, councillors, at the moment it's the way in which the template works. The LRAP is broken into different themes. Expectation would be we'll come back and we'll workshop it and actually identify what your top priorities are under each of those themes, and give granularity to that in relation to state processes. Thank you, Mr.
Would anyone else like to talk to the item? Okay, the motion that council endorse the updated local resilience action plan to June 2026 and authorise the CEO to amend the local resilience action plan as required. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Now moving to item 11.7, which is the contributed assets policy. I've moved Councillor Finlay, second Councillor Clifford. Director Paddy, would you like to split the policy?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a revision of the contributed assets policy. Back in 24-25, the external auditors sort of raised an issue around the recognition of those assets, and they suggested that we move from incorporating those assets into our asset system when they were actually on maintenance rather than off maintenance. So that's normally a 12-month period, and that's a 12-month of warranty. So this actually strengthens our position in terms of accounting standards, AASB 116. It's exciting stuff. But what it does show is that we actually have control over those assets. So that's the main change in the contributed assets policy, and we're just looking to have that revised so that when the auditors come in and review our financial statements for 25-26, that we have this policy in place.
Anyone want to speak to the report, Councillor Lane?
It is what it is, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, just one question, Paddy. Can you just confirm with this, noting we've just adopted our budget, whether there'll be any opening balance adjustment required as part of adopting the policy, or whether that's already been considered in the budget for the year?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll get Leah to answer.
I know it's
the
come up in an
technicality.
internal audit
It
before,
has.
and we've had an issue with an annual report going out late last year, so
It has.
just making sure we're ahead of the game.
Yes.
So through the Chair, it will result in a prior period restatement through this year's audit process. So we're working with Ernst & Young, our auditors, as we speak in relation to that. We're expecting about $10 million worth of contributed assets coming online during this financial year. $6.5 million of those will be an opening balance adjustment from last year when they should have been recognised. They only equate to roughly about $100K a year in depreciation because they're very long life assets, mainly roads and water and sewerage assets are what's coming online. So those are factored into next year's budget that's just been adopted. Sorry, moving forward.
So will the adoption of this policy avoid the future restatement?
Through the Chair, correct. It will trigger a restatement, which is why we're doing that this year rather than next year, so we can clean that up and make sure our accounting treatment's consistent moving forward with other local governments across Queensland.
Thank you. Okay, anything further? The motion that Council adopt the contributed assets policy is contained in attachment 11.7.1 to the report. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 11.8, data breach policy 2026. Move Councillor Wright, second Councillor Collins. Dr. Paddy, would you like to speak to the report?
Thank you, Mayor. This data breaches policy is a new policy, and it's a requirement, a statutory requirement from the state to have this in place. So it establishes Council's governance framework for the identification, management and notification of data breaches, and ensures compliance with state government requirements under the Information Privacy Act 2009 Queensland, including the mandatory notification of data breach scheme, which is commencing on the 1st of July. So that's why this policy is coming up now, so that we're ready to kick off the 1st of July. I do have the guidelines / procedures with me at the moment for review. They're very standard on when we need to report and when we don't. It does come up to Council because councillors will need to report if there's any data breaches as well. We will be rolling out a training program and guidance over the next 2 weeks so that we're ready for the 1st of July kick-off.
Thank you. So with my one question. Any discussion on this item? Okay. The motion that Council adopt the data breach policy is attached to 11.8.2. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, moving on to item 11.9, procurement policy for 2026-2027. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Wright. Dr. Paddy, over to you again.
Thank you. Thank you. I know, it's stand up and down after the budget and now
You're not
this
going to get
one.
any sympathy out of me. So.
No, I know, because you have to do it all the time. So yes, I totally understand. This year there's been quite a big rewrite on the procurement policy. Normally it comes up every year and it's just a few tweaks here and there. But what we're looking at doing, this policy is really, really important for us. It's the governance framework for procurement and ensures compliance with the state government requirements under the Local Government Act and the Local Government Regs. But this one is really important because it has regard to the Queensland procurement policy that has just been endorsed and carried by the Queensland State Government. This new policy focuses on governance, principles and accountability in alignment to contemporary state procurement frameworks and guidance. In addition, this policy covers updated procurement thresholds, stronger focus on governance and probity, broader procurement principles around sustainability and ethical supply chains, along with purposeful procurement. Improves clarity of roles and responsibilities. The procedure that underpins this, or the guidelines, is also being developed at the moment, and this will be able to really set the scene for us around strategic procurement, which again is something that we want to take on as a contemporary principle for this council. But with strategic procurement, as we did with the airport procurement, it will come back for a resolution of council. So it's not something that we can actually do willy-nilly either. So my view is this is a really important step forward in terms of that contemporary procurement principles. I'm also very passionate about local buys, so that is also something that I'll make sure in the guidelines about how we can support our local suppliers. Thank you.
Questions, comments?
Thank you. I did see big change in this one. I think it's good change. Happy to hear you speak just of the local suppliers and local buy. I think that was just something in the wording. I haven't seen that clearly. I also do welcome the shift of some of the brackets by the local state government that's allowed us to raise those different areas into slightly bigger budgets, because we know the cost of everything has gone up, and it's not only for our staff, but it is businesses who are trying to do multiple quotes when they know only so many are going to get the job too. So I certainly welcome us, not only reducing our workload, but also the workload we're putting on the businesses. Of course, if they sign up for local buy, they can get around a lot of these processes. So that's something I still hope we continue to do, is to try and involve as many of our local businesses as we can. Thanks.
Yeah, look, I'm very, very supportive of bringing this through, and it's obviously some broader work at the state level around red tape reduction. Great to see thresholds increasing, local supplier weighting is retained, and I think that you sort of alluded to that separation between the high level governance from the procedure. I think, we know that procurement's been a bottleneck, particularly in the capital program, probably speaking, being honestly. So, I think I'd be interested to see how over time we can almost talk about the performance improvement that we get in being able to get, utilise those things like strategic procurement to get these things moving along. I think, there's obviously we've just adopted a very large program, so I think the more we can do at that administrative level to get these things progressing, the better. So. Any further comment or question? Councillor Finlay?
Probably just a sort of generic question about the local buy to our preferred supply arrangements. Do we have any idea of how many of our local suppliers are actually on local buy? Like compared, do we have any indication?
Through you, Mayor, I'd need to take that on notice.
No,
I'm
that's
sure
all right.
we would be able to, because they normally have, their location. But there are also, it's really interesting, the concept of local buy, local supplier, because you can have a company whose registered address may be somewhere else in Queensland or even Australia, but they may have a large contingent of people they employ here in the region. So it's really understanding what those percentages are. But from a local buy registration perspective, we would be able to obtain that information.
So just following on that then. So if you had a person that was on local buy but didn't put a submission under our first supply arrangements, no. My question is, when we go out to get a boat or whatever, we look at both this.
Would you like to be practical?
Generally speaking, a preferred supply arrangement, it's a prerequisite for you to actually nominate for the PSA. So because the PSA assessment process, whether it's ranked or unranked, you're either in or you're out. So normally you wouldn't go out to a PSA and then also say, unless it was specifically provided for under the terms of the preferred supplier arrangement, you wouldn't have multiple pathways. You'd either adopt one or the other. So as a general rule, my understanding is, and I'm happy to be corrected, is when we go to PSA, we pretty much stick with the preferred supplier arrangement. Okay. And therefore, even if someone's on local buy and could provide that service if they haven't nominated. But we're pretty good. My understanding is that we normally also advise local buy participants of the ability to nominate for the preferred supplier arrangement. Yeah. So we do get an opportunity. To answer your previous question as well, from my perspective, we have a lot of local entities who are on our preferred supplier arrangements who are not registered on local blight because they're aware of our PSAs and therefore they just nominate for that and they don't go through the local blight process. Yeah.
That's okay. Thanks.
Further from the floor.
Okay, the motion to cancel adopt the procurement policy for 2026-27 financial year as attached at 11.9.1 I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay. Moving to item 11.10, the Infrastructure Services Activity Report, January to March 2026. I move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Bowman. Director Murphy, do you want to speak to this one? Don't have any support in the room, so don't have to stand.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, I commend the report to you. Listen, as usual, I take it as read. A few things I'll flag. This report is for the first quarter of 26 financial year, so it's the third quarter of 25-26. During the period, we had a prolonged disaster event with Cyclone Koji. A lot of time taken up during the period with responding to the event. It's great to see that in consultation with MSQ, all the vessels that were washed up have pretty much been removed from our foreshores since that event. We did make, during the period, there were changes in organisational structure. So at the end of the period, parks and cemeteries moved across to livabilities and the capital program and infrastructure services were integrated into one department. So there's a bit of a mix in reporting. The Parks and Gardens move happened sort of at the end of the quarter, whereas the capital transition happened pretty much in late February, early March, which is why there's a bit of reporting on both of the programs. There was significant progress made with some of the capital projects, which are joint projects, but we have progressed Gloucester Avenue, which is a pretty significant project with an amount of resilience funding or betterment funding attached to it, and also decisions made to progress major formation construction grade on Strathmore Road, which progressed during the period and is pretty much being completed at the moment and transferred to TIDS funding. In relation to water wastewater, progress of the capital program and the establishment of ongoing service levels. Again, we talked earlier about the reporting at a directorate basis on a quarterly basis, and you've seen the performance reports which are adopted in the operational plan adoption today. With the budget adoption, we'll translate those performance reports into future quarterly reporting at a directorate level. From a waste perspective, there's information provided around the compostology process and some of our engagement with community. It's very topical. I think the state waste strategy has been handed down today, which has got a fair bit of impact on Whitsunday Regional Council in relation to our waste operations. So the more we can do to get redirection of recyclables and reduce the transference to burying it at our landfills, the better. And I'm happy to take questions from council. Probably my last comment is that we'll work to actually provide some more graphical representation of our performance statistics so you can see trends over time, rather than just seeing the monthly totals. I think there's probably a fair bit of value in actually seeing what's changing over time as much as it is to see what we actually achieve for the quarter. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Questions for the Director? Director Gary. I obviously want to recognise the period of time we're talking about here and commend your team on their efforts through that period. I know you get called on a lot. You did mention there the change in structure during that period. So with regards to capital delivery now coming in under there and becoming more closely aligned. So I guess when should council expect to see, particularly in the reporting, that I guess what I'm thinking is the sort of the transition between work, maintenance, capital renewal, and then also, I guess, how disaster comes into that, how that sort of becomes a clearer view with regards to performance. And I know you've spoken to the performance indicators, but I think where I'm trying to aim is we've sort of had this sort of disconnection between renewal being driven by predominantly the asset management system, but also making sure that we've got that routine maintenance sort of balanced with trying to extend the life of our assets where we can.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because every time I read the report, I pick up different things, and there's a reference there even to RMPC and $20,000 a week additional funding. If you read that at face value, and you think we've got an extra $1 million, but it was a 3-week period managing Gorganga and some of the issues with the state highway network, where we sought some additional support from TMR to do additional inspections whilst they were actually sorting out some of the roading challenges. I take it where the focus is there, Mr. Mayor, is more about how proactive we are with inspecting the network and actually making investment decisions to reduce the maintenance load over time. That happens now. So what's actually been happening, again, having a full team on board with a senior principal engineer, transport planner, and having had a roads asset manager on board now for about 9-10 months. They're working very well. They've actually had the entire network based on our condition data inspected to give us about a 3-year program. So whilst we've been a bit late getting the renewals and the reseal program out this year, the work we've done actually gives us a 3 to 4 to 5 year program. And what we'll do is we'll continue to inspect the network, and it's now becoming part of business as usual now to actually do that forward planning. I just didn't have that information at my fingertips in the past. I think the other one is that that goes to to proactive inspection. Those things already happen within the water wastewater business, and also with the measle mapping. And that's, I call it, if you look at the defects view map, you've got similar information is available now in water and wastewater, where they actually do the measle mapping on defects, so they can actually see what's happening in the network, and it gives you a really good visual guide as to maybe where we want to go and have a look and see what assets we want to go and inspect and seek to understand why we're going back to the same locations. So the roading information effectively gives us the same detail, albeit mainly directed at the state road network, because that's where most of the inspections take place. And my last comment would be, if we get through we've seen what's been booked up in relation to commitments towards the end of this financial year. Certainly, if there's $70 or $80 million worth of commitments, we should make significant progress with the capital program, and then the reporting will flow from the reporting you've already got. But we'll move to a monthly capital update, and we're also having a look at how we can give you more granularity on a monthly basis of how the capital program is progressing. So that's the intention, and then we should be able to show you graphically where we're addressing our touch points in relation to our measle map, because you can see where we're actually going to go and focus effort. Hopefully that works.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Director Gary, just a question around the RMC. I'm just reading a bit here on page 202 of your presentation. It just says, could the RMC contract council has secured an increase of 20,000 per week for surveillance inspection activities on the highway? This uplift strengthens our ability to proactively monitor and maintain this critical transport corridor, improving safety and network reliability. So what is our actual role there through the director? There's a lot of work going on at the moment, which is great, but are we the ones sort of inspecting it, and then we do a report to Main Roads and say, guys, your road's had it, we need X amount of money to fix it? Is that how all that works, or does the state government have their own inspectors?
Yes, that. So largely, inspection falls upon local government, and then within the RMPC contracting arrangements, there are intervention levels based on the scale of the issue. So if it's ours to repair under the conditions of the contract we've entered into with TMR, then we would go and do it. If it exceeds the scale of defect identified in the contract, then we would provide a report to Main Roads to say, we've identified this defect. Do you wish for us to go and fix it? If so, please advise funding, or they will organise road tech. And even in the last couple of days, I think even this morning, there was road tech crews working on some bridges, even on the Shute Harbour Road. So you'll often see, and road tech have done a fair bit of heavy patching TMR and its contractors undertook pavement rehabilitation works on Bulgenga Plains. So it's a bit of a mix. So we did some pretty substantial additional projects in this financial year as well. So we notify Main Roads if it exceeds our responsibility under the RMPC contract. And they will either issue a works order to council with a new funding source in addition to our RMPC allocation of about 5.5 to 6.5 million annually. They'll issue us with additional works order to go and undertake that work. Yeah. So we've had additional work in the past where we've got in place additional material on, say, the Southern Development Road. That might have been, $1.5 million for additional gravel on top of the RMPC contract. And we've also done some major heavy patching, as have TMR's contractors in the last 12 months. But generally speaking, yep, if it's ours under the contract, we fix it. If it's anything bigger than what we're required to address under the contract, we refer it to Main Roads, and they have a monthly liaison meeting, and we send them reporting. And also, if we identify anything, that was a specific point in time when there was a fair bit going on the Bruce Highway, and we needed to increase our level of surveillance at the request of TMR, and they supported us financially, and with some things getting fixed, that need for the increase of items dropped off again as the networks dried out, as things are being fixed.
So just following on this, sorry, that RMC, so that goes from the Andrew boundary? So south to north, all the way through.
So we effectively had two contracts, one for the federal highway, which is Highway 1 Bruce Highway, and then one for the rest of the state road network, and they're also being broken down into unsealed and sealed packages. Okay. So there's a variety of packages under our contract. That's all right.
Thank you, through the Chair. Director Murphy, just in regards to what we're talking about TMR, the Country Road Connect program, or the funding that we've received, has that progressed any further with TMR? And just the other one too, we just had a meeting recently and just talking to some people who live out near Mount Wyatt in that area, and I know that road's not real flash at the moment, but and it sort of connects with Strathmore, and there is a DRFA package to come through there. What's the timing roughly on that? Well, and maybe you don't have to answer that.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll take the Mount Wyatt on notice. I should be able to get you an answer fairly quickly. I just don't have it up at the moment. Just in relation to Country Roads Connect, there's been regular verbal communication with TMR in regards to the delivery of that project, and we did send an email a few months ago just asking for a confirmation of timing. I did get verbal confirmation last week that a road tech crew was most likely going to be available late in 26. So between now and Christmas, they anticipate having a crew coming across to commence that work. And they just asked for a formal advice from us. We're happy for TMR to remain responsible for that project. And from Council's perspective, we're happy. Our issue there is getting the work done. So at this stage, the timing is the design's been worked on in the background, most likely a road tech crew, and they should be on site before the end of 2026.
That's the diplomatic version. I caught up with Dale a couple of weeks ago. Just highlighted that obviously it's his program, it's road that's in his region, and just sort of highlighted that the information that I've been given, and just highlighted that I didn't want it to be another project that slipped off into the ether for 5 years, and that we wanted to see that advance. So he's done some follow-ups over the last couple of weeks. Gavin was here yesterday from TMR and did sort of raise the question, well, do you guys want to deliver the project? I said, well, look, we'll come back to clear that. My priority is making sure it's in the 26-27 works program. By all accounts, that's where it is. But yeah,
so I do have a text message to that effect from the district director to say we'll start intended to commence within the fourth quarter of 2026. So that's before Christmas. That's the expectation.
Yeah. And the TMR director did confirm that they've done the design on the road, or doing the design on the road.
That's great. Thank you.
And I'll come back to you on Mount White Road.
Yeah.
Any other questions, Councillor Button?
Yeah, probably just for me to say thanks. I've got a defects map in here, but we got the defects map for RMPC and then the accomplishment maps for the whole local roads database. So it's sort of not direct comparisons, but I do think the accomplishment map does show how busy the whole team was during that time. So we totaled up 2,876 for the quarter, which is just shows how busy people are out there recovering from an event, the things that we do have to deal with. But I've always found it beneficial just to see the before and after, and also as you spoke to progression over time, I kind of like to check that the accomplishments are keeping up or above the new defects that are coming online, just so we see we're at least getting to the lion's share of that.
Yeah, I'm just going to add to that. It's probably not a stat we'll report on, but the team is actually going through all the old councillor CRMs and all the old council resolutions at the moment, and they've pretty much cleared a lot of the backlog, or got direction. Probably one for council is that a lot of the investigation piece, and in adopting the budget, we do have a provision there to progress some of the investigations into projects that have been requested. So the roads asset team in particular have now got a process of triaging the requests we get for new works and for special projects, so we can actually have a transparent process, and then we'll be able to come back to council for prioritisation, where it's actually going to be already scoped, initial design work's done, and there's a pathway. An example I'll give you is something as simple as Inverton Bridge, with the removal of the request to deal with the flood impact of the guardrail. We're at the point now where that's actually been resolved internally, and on the cusp of coming back to council with a pathway. But what we're hoping is that'll set the scene now, where we actually show you where you're up to in the list of priorities of things that we've been asked to investigate and work on. And if we have to, we'll come back to council to prioritise that, so you can actually see, where we're putting effort into things, and hopefully then, if you'd like us to reprioritise something, we'll have a bit of transparency around it. There's been a significant body of work in the background. As for CRMs, there's a lot of work happening to actually go and try and to make sure that we actually are closing them out, and a lot of upskilling of our depot staff to make sure that we can actually, when we go and do work, we're actually remembering to actually close the CRM out, so that there's a paper trail there that says we've done something. Thank you.
Okay, the motion that council receive the infrastructure services activity report as attached at 11.10.1 for quarter 3 for the 25-26 financial year. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving on to item 11, which is the commercial business activity report, January 26 to March 2026. Move Councillor Wright, second Councillor Clifford. Director Craig, would you like to talk us through this one?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Again, the period January to March, some weather events did impact operations across the commercial directorate. We did have 135,000 passengers through the airport in that period, 86% load factor. That was essentially affected by the January numbers. We actually had a soft January. By that I mean it was the same numbers as last year. So when you consider the trend post the Jetstar uplift, we saw a flattening, but wasn't less than last January. And we've seen that uptick again for February and March. So that's great news. Some initiatives with regards to the Danger Island Transit Lounge, trying to provide a better customer experience for those going through to visit some of the island resorts within the Whitsundays. GJ, the Therapy Dog, great initiative there from the team. And again, it's about making sure the experience at the airport, it's good for everyone, not just those that travel regularly. So, we'll continue to play in that space to make sure that, we can keep improving, so that we are regarded as one of the best airports in Australia. The events that Gary spoke of in his report with regards to Cyclone Koji, that affected 3 days of closure at the airport. Saying that it's actually the road closed, not the airport closed, but that does have the compounding effect. CASA audit, 3-day on-site CASA audit went extremely well. They were super impressed with us, and no findings at all. Just some observations. So we've acted on those observations, and they're all completed. So great result there from a client perspective. What we've seen with regards to aviation sales and the like with fuel, we're seeing strong growth year on year with regards to avgas, as well as our Jet A1 fuel. Shute Harbour Marine Terminal, that period is one of the strong periods for us when it comes to cruise ships. So we had 36,000 cruise ship passengers through the terminal. I suppose a point of interest there is that 13,000 of those passengers came through in 3 days. So you can appreciate the volume of people going through there and the activity at Shute, along with the business as usual day-to-day commercial operations and marine operations. And again, you'll see with regards to our fuel sales, some great results in March compared to April. And that's about the team really trying to find ways that we can actually present the offering. So it's about service, it's about jumping down, tying up boats. It's actually about, not a concierge service, but, making it we're regarded quite highly, and also seeing, who's coming down the coast and then reaching out to those ships to see whether we can't get them to pop in and experience the Shute Harbour. The quarry, 32,000 tonne crush for the quarter. Weather was problematic. In saying that, it is that type of year. So what happened was when we had the events that stopped production, we brought forward planned maintenance so that they weren't sitting idle. They were actually looking to bring that maintenance forward so that when the weather fined up, they could jump back in and complete the production. Whitsunday Holiday Parks, once again, a little softer through that period, which is what we expect. What we did though in that period was get ready for that season, tree lopping, general maintenance, making sure that when we actually come into the season, which is now, we're good to go and people having a great experience. So Lake Proserpine, with regards to activities, marketing for the recent Barra and Boots, that sold out at 500 people. We've got the Queensland Music Festival Sundowner, that's also sold out at 500 people, working with Queensland Music Trail about the Between the Tides event and also the Flame Tree Gathering as well. So ideally, if we can be driving additional activations at the Lake Proserpine and other parts of the commercial directorate, it does certainly help with, I suppose, the branding, the marketing, and it's pretty good for the business as well. Some other general commercial activities, so the Queens Beach Hub, fully tenanted now with our 2 tenants here, which is great. The RV park in Proserpine, it obviously opened as at 1 April. The work that went into that prior to, or in this quarter, was a lot we got there, and we are seeing some really good results with regards to receipts being collected. So I think, I don't think I know, like when you actually walk down the street, like you can actually see the impact. I go there every morning and every afternoon. Our bookings over the last 14 days have been full every night. We've got, the guys are still tallying, I think, but for the month of May, I think we're $1,200 or $1,300 in receipts popped in the little receipt box. What that means, is it 1%, 10%? But anyway, so we've got real data to say, what people are spending, which is great news, and it happens at the Collinsville RP as well. Bowen Hangers leased out, and the team heavy into the activation for the commercial parking through that period as well. So a fair bit going on, a lot of positive stuff, but shoulder the wheel. I'll take any questions, thank you.
Any questions for the Director? I think mine sort of on the RV park, that was obviously one of the sort of the key things that sort of happened in that last quarter. Sounds like it's full. No other no teething issues, nothing.
No, we actually did tweak the security run to be there at 6:30 at night, just for those that probably aren't fully compliant. That's probably, it's just making sure that we're on top of that so that they're doing what they should do, not overstaying their stay. But yeah, it's certainly very, very busy.
Commentary. I think one I'll just add, and this isn't aimed at you, Craig. I think Gary brought it up in his discussion. I think is just around the probably the forward reporting in the new financial year, and just how we evolve it from being the sort of the focus on this is the activity, these are the numbers that we've done, to a sort of how do we measure it against some sort of performance benchmarks. And I think we've got them in the adopted business activity plans, but I think it's just drawing that line between what we think we're going to do and then what we actually achieve. So I think that's, as I said, that's applicable to all reporting. But I think particularly in commercial, where we're wanting to be aspirational, we're wanting to see these businesses really become strong commercial performers. That focus on performance is important.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I agree completely. And again, if we can be providing context to performance against what we're hoping to do, and I think the dashboard's a good example of that. You can actually look at that and go, we were budgeting to do X amount, we did Y. Sales were this much versus like so. There's again, if we get dashboards across all of the business units that gave you real context about how we're tracking against budget, but also where we're seeing growth or where we can improve in areas, certainly.
Yes, Clifford.
Through you, Director. Has the cost of fuel impacted on our holiday parks, do you think?
Thanks,
An opinion.
thanks, Councillor. I think we've got the data from businesses, from boat operators, from airlines. It's absolutely having impacts on business. We're seeing strong numbers at the holiday parks. They are similar to last year in this season, so not at this point, based on last year's numbers. However, I think that the challenge will be how long is the tail on this issue. That's going to be, I think, the longer term question as to when do we return to a normal position. So I think there's another thing too, if I could just expand a bit further, and that is that we're quite unique with regards to a holiday destination. So a lot of those people that would have been looking to go outbound potentially have changed their mind. So the fact that we're aspirational, we're world class, we have such an offering, I think we're quite fortunate in the fact that those that may not have actually gone outbound may choose to refocus their spend or energy and time to come to the Whitsundays rather than going outbound. So I think there's a bit of an offset. I can't qualify that, but I think there's an offset in that.
Just in regards to the fuel there, I've had a couple of people coming over the last couple of months, and they come from southern New South Wales. They sort of like to come up here on holidays again, and they do it every year. And they were saying that it costs them $1,800 more in fuel to get to here. So it's going to be interesting at the end of the month when they lift the excise off it. They discount the excise. So I'm curious to see what happens with the travellers then. So
Exactly, John.
Okay, any further questions or comments on the commercial activity report? Okay, the motion that Council endorse the commercial business activity report from January to March 2026 as per attachment 11.11.1. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Favour, Jen? Yep. The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, moving to item 11.12, the monthly finance report. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Wright. Paddy, do you want to talk us through this one?
Thank you, Mayor. This report is at the end of May. Council is tracking ahead of budget, which we would be expecting, with a year-to-date operating surplus of approximately 13 million, driven primarily by higher interest revenue and savings across labour and materials. Cash and investments remain strong and above budget due to the timing of capital expenditure and returns on invested funds, noting that these balances will reduce over time as projects progress. The report also highlights some timing impacts, including delays in some capital delivery, as you are aware, and grant revenue recognition, with a number of capital projects expected to carry forward into the next year. I think at the moment we're looking at about 27% carrying across, but that's better than expected, so that's actually quite good. Importantly, all the sustainability ratios are within the acceptable ranges, supporting Council's overall financial sustainability position. At the moment, we believe that we're looking at a much improved general fund from where we were, and I say this term loosely is it's going to be in the vicinity of around the 5 improvement, and we're probably looking at an increased, obviously, surplus. So, thank you.
Councillor?
Okay, just remind me about that financial assistance grant. So for what year are we in there? 25-26. So for 25-26, did we receive that grant before June 25?
I'll just ask, we're expecting, if we haven't already, to receive it before 30th of June.
And then my question is,
26, it's the 27 financial year that we're uncertain of at the moment.
So through the chair, just supporting what Paddy said, we are expecting it to come in June.
Yep.
That's what the budget papers had said that was handed down. Hopefully state government follows through and we receive that. If it doesn't, as council are aware, we have funds in reserves for the event that doesn't happen.
Yeah, so 25-26 grant we received June 25.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's good.
And through you, Mayor, we are expecting the 26-27 one to come in June this month. It's the following June that we're not sure of where we will get that.
Federal budget papers indicate.
Just following that, we get it all in one lump sum, or it's split over every quarter.
Through the chair, bulk comes in advance, and then we get a quarterly small instalment payment. It's reduced over the last 4 to 5 years. It used to be pretty much half up front and then half progressively through the year. But over the last probably 2 years, we get a larger up front and a smaller quarterly.
What is the
Normally
total we get?
80%.
No, what is our total for accident?
It's roughly about 6 million from memory. About 6 million in total across general and roads,
Roads,
two separate portions.
I was quite confused with my team when I first got here. They thought it was actually going to balance the books at the end of the financial year. And I said, no, that's a prepayment for next year. At some point, that's got to be accounted for. So yeah, it can be confusing depending on where it shows up and when. Yeah.
Through you, Mayor, unfortunately it's one of those grants that we recognise it when we receive it. That's the problem with the change in the timing. If we end up not getting June's 27th, yeah, that's right. True.
Any comment on the monthly finance report? I think if we've just adopted the new budget, probably the focus and energy is there. But, yeah. Okay, the motion that council receive the monthly financial report, including the unaudited financial statements for year to date May 2026, are put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Well, I think we might have brings us to the end of ordinary business. So we do have a supplementary, forum. So. All right, we'll do the supplementary before we break for lunch, thank you, which was item 11.13, which was the amendment to 5.1 subordinate local law, number 5, parking. Can I have a mover? Councillor Collins, and I will second this one. Director Craig, you want to talk through this one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yes, again, sorry for the lateness of this report, but we were actually gathering the community consultation. Want to make sure we've got that included in the report, then to forward onto the OM. So what we're seeking within the report is for council to endorse changes relating to local order subordinate 5.1, 2014 local law. This amendment and change allows the commercial team to actually implement the direction relating to the implementation of commercial strategic parking. So that is looking at changing penalty points down to 0.75 rather than 1, looking at changing areas within the precinct of sort of Fat Frog through to Port of Airlie. So this is resolved today, and that allows us to then go forward and be able to implement the commercial parking strategy on or about the 1st of July, obviously working with the other departments within council to try and make that happen. But we had only one formal submission via the portal. That isn't to say that there wasn't other commentary. We did see commentary on social media, and I will say that there was a post put up by the comms team yesterday, and we did see some further commentary on those posts. So with the comms plan that's aligned to this activation, there are 4 or 5 messaging points that we're doing over the course of a few weeks. So based on yesterday's commentary, we're going to work with comms to see whether we need to be a bit sharper and clearer about what the changes mean. A lot of the commentary was about, are we changing technology with regards to how you pay? And so it's probably just really drumming down to what are the key points, what do we want to achieve? Again, it's about amenity, it's about some turnover within the car parking to allow people to go and spend money in businesses and really just try and improve the amenity of town through changes of behaviour. And then go from there. So this is the crux of what we're doing for us to realise the direction that we received from council.
Any questions?
Thank you. I didn't get to talk to the gentleman who did the one submission. I think I must have been one of the 7 people who clicked on the Your Say link. But I've had other people say, and I think this is part of the messaging with there's a lot of changes going on in the background, but we're not significantly changing the parking arrangements. One thing is that Shoot Harbour going down to the Starfish roundabout, but that's the thing is there's still free on-street parking, there's still free Waterson Way parking. We're saying we'll be freeing up, spaces for the shops from people that have been parking there all day, I think where I question about supporting this is I certainly hope a lot of people obey the rules and that we don't see a huge amount of fines going out. But we've got to recognise if this was all about making money, we wouldn't have been reducing the fine amount, which is what this amendment is doing. So, yeah, for the messaging, I think that is the thing that it hopefully means there'll be a parking spot there rather than a car sitting in a key spot all day. And that's where I think we need to work with that messaging. Some people are saying what were the changes, but the image is a map and it's saying click here to get more information. But that's the thing is there's not a lot of changes in the parking for people. It's just how we're managing it. So,
Councillor, through the Mayor, sorry. And also, we are looking to actually do reformation and works on Watersome Way to improve the experience there for people that are parking to go to work, and that's free up to 7 days. So again, you're right, it's reduced the fine amount, improve the parking option for staff, residents and visitors, and then I think just inform them that, again, if we can improve the amenity, I think people will see the difference when they're actually going down the main street, and I think it will be beneficial to the majority of people that are activating within that precinct.
Thanks, comment. We obviously had the money in the capital program for improvements to Watersome Way car park. So I think it comes back to we're not taking away free options, but I think it should be clear where people, if they're going to park in an area where it's signed 1 hour parking and you want to park there all day, then there's an increased chance you're going to have difficulty. So it's one of these things. If they weren't obeying the rules beforehand, they may not obey them in the future, but. Yeah, I think broader than that, there's no real changes. We haven't changed any paid parking areas. So yeah, I think it's a good change, and obviously the local law is just the process side of things to get it done. So, that's right. Any other comment or discussion? Okay, the motion that Council resolve, the Council makes subordinate local law amending Whitsunday Regional Council's subordinate local law number 5 parking 2006. Subordinate local law is advertised subject to the amendments identified in attachment 11.13.1. Council adopt the consolidated version of the Whitsunday Regional Council subordinate local law number 5 parking 2014 to incorporate the amendments. Subordinate local law arising out of the making of the subordinate local law pursuant to section 32(1) of the Local Government Act 2009 and the form attached to this report. And 3, delegate to the CEO the following processes and responsibilities under section 29B as noted in the report there. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, so that brings us to the end of our ordinary business. So we'll move to adjourn for... No, we've still got confidential business to do, Councillor Finlay, at the end, yeah.
Can we bring that forward? I just got one item.
Is there a procedural reason for doing so?
Just while one of the officers are here, they might want to leave after this part of the session.
I prefer to stick with the format of the meeting, Councillor Finlay, and I'm sure they can stay, so Councillor.
Probably prefer not to raise it later on. Again.
Yes. So we're not closing the meeting, we're just adjourning for lunch at 1:14 p.m. So. Yeah, we will, yeah. Okay, everyone, welcome back. We'll reconvene the today's ordinary council meeting at 1:49 p.m. So the next item on our agenda was the confidential business. Prior to closing the meeting to confidential session, would any councillors like to declare any conflicts of interest for reports outlined in today's agenda? Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Item 12.4, I'll declare a prescribed conflict of interest due to a close relationship with the party involved. I'll leave the room.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Anything else? Okay, can I have a mover and seconder for confidential business? Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Bowman. Motion to council close the meeting to the public at 1:50 p.m. in accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulations 2012 for closed meetings for the purpose of discussing the following items. Item 12.1, land acquisition at Hamilton Plains with compensation offset component. 12.2, adjustment lease renewal at Collinsville. 12.3, acquisition of land to support road infrastructure. 12.4, land acquisition with strategic element. 12.5, evaluation and recommendation, Shute Harbour Marine Facility commercial occupancy opportunities. 12.6, growth corridor network plan. 12.7, 100A Mount 100A Mount Nut Road monetary contribution. I put that to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Please close the Can I have a mover and seconder resume to open session? Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Bowman. A motion that council reopen the meeting to the general public at 3:28 p.m. All those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Okay, our next item is 12.1, land acquisition on the Hamilton Plains with compensation offset payment. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Finlay. The motion that council approves the acquisition of the parcel of land listed in attachment 12.1.1 property details, approves a compensation offset arrangement under section 21 of the Acquisition of Land Act 1967 and pursuant to section 257 Local Government Act 2009 delegates authority of the CEO to negotiate, finalise and execute all necessary documentation associated with the acquisition and compensation settlement arrangement. I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 12.2, adjustment lease renewal at Collinsville. Move Councillor Wright, second Councillor Collins. That was Councillor Collins? The motion that council resolved to dispose of an interest in land by renewal of the adjustment lease identified at attachment 12.2.1 lease details other than by tender or auction in accordance with section 236(1)(c)(3) of the Local Government Regulation 2012 and delegate authority of the CEO to negotiate, finalise and execute the lease on terms and conditions satisfactory to council. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 12.3, acquisition of land to support road infrastructure. I'll move this one. Second Councillor Clifford. The motion that council endorse the acquisition of the part of land set out in attachment 12.3.1 property details for road purposes and delegate authority to the CEO to negotiate, finalise and execute all documents to complete the acquisition on terms satisfactory to council and request the CEO to ensure appropriate evaluation, legal, financial and strategic due diligence is completed prior to finalising the acquisition and to provide councillors with a confidential update on the final negotiated outcome. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 12.4, land acquisition with strategic element. Move councillors. Oh, you do have a conflict. Sorry, I was about to bite on you. It's late in the day.
I'll move where it was described, conflict of interest in the matter due to close contact.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Got like a racehorse caller there, ready to just roll right through. So, okay, Councillor Simpson's left the room. I'll have a mover in Councillor Clifford, second in Councillor Finlay. The motion that council approves the acquisition of the parcel of land listed in attachment 12.4.1 property details and delegates authority to the CEO to negotiate, finalise and execute all necessary documentation associated with the acquisition and request the CEO to ensure that the strategic rationale, due diligence outcomes, lease implications, funding considerations and long-term land use opportunities are documented prior to finalising the acquisition and that all councillors receive a confidential update on the final negotiated outcome. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried 6-0. Please let Councillor Simpson back in. Thank you, Councillor Simpson. The previous item was carried. Item 12.5, evaluation recommendation, Shute Harbour Marine Facility commercial occupancy opportunities. Move Councillor Clifford, second Councillor Collins. The motion that council authorise the CEO to negotiate and execute a three-year lease and or occupancy agreements with 2 additional 1-year extension options with Salty Dog, Scamper, Pioneer Adventures, Reef Star Cruises and Long Island Resort for commercial occupancy opportunities associated with Pontoon 3 at Shute Harbour Marine Terminal. I put to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to item 12.6, Growth Corridor Network Plan. I'll move this one. Second, Councillor Collins. The motion that council adopt the Proserpine Shute Harbour Road intersection layout version 2 is amended as the basis for advocacy with the Department of Transport and Main Roads and negotiations with developers, and 2, endorse the Proserpine Shute Harbour roads layout as contained within the confidential report as the basis for advocacy and negotiations with landowners, developers and government agencies. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried 6-1. Moving to item 12.7, 100A Mount Nut Road, monetary contribution. Moved Councillor Wright, second Councillor Finlay.
Could I move option?
Yeah, so it's already the motion's on the screen, Councillor Wright. So the motion is that council to address drainage concerns at 100A Mount Nut Road, Bowen. One, authorise the CEO to negotiate a financial settlement up to the value of the total estimated cost of a drainage wall as contained within the report, and authorise the CEO to obtain a deed of settlement as a condition of final settlement. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is lost 3-4. Would someone like to move a subsequent motion?
Yeah, it might need a bit of help with the wording, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that the...
So we do have an option 2 resolution.
So, yeah, sort of be no further action be taken to address the drainage concerns pending the implementation of the development works of the adjoining land of Lot 64 Mount Nut Road.
And do I have a seconder in Councillor Clifford? So the motion that no further action be taken to address drainage concerns at 100A Mount Nut Road, Bowen, pending implementation of development works on adjoining land at 65B Mount Nut Road, Bowen. I put to the vote. Those in favour?
Can I just ask a question first?
Yes, sir.
So, through the chair, so that no further action be taken, so does that mean that it's completely off the table, or is this pending?
Pending implementation of the... Yep.
Okay.
So the motion that no further action be taken to address drainage concerns at 100A Mount Nut Road, Bowen, pending implementation of development works on adjoining land at 65B Mount Nut Road, Bowen. I put to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried 5-2. Okay, I think that's us for the confidential business. We'll move on to item number 13, the matters of importance. Just a reminder, this section serves for urgent non-operational matters only. Would any councillors like to raise any matters of importance? Do you have something before, John, that you...
I lost interest, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. Been a long day, but yeah, I think...
It was a little bit of a opposite councillor joke.
You've had enough
Yeah.
time on the floor today, so as have I. So yeah, I think all said being done, we'll close the meeting at 3:36 p.m. Thank you, everyone. It's a big day, and yeah, thanks for your attendance.
Go Queensland.
Go Queensland.
Go Queensland.